Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavadhitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Namaskar everyone. Welcome you all to yet another wonderful Bhava Darshan, manifesting with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be gracing all of us in the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Somaskandhar Murthy. If you're a temple goer and if you follow the various temples and are a part of the various temple festivals, you would have seen or at least glimpsed the Somaskandhar Murthy at least once in any of these festivals or Brahmotsams which are being celebrated. Somaskandhar is one of the most beautiful and most represented form of Paramashiva, which is worshipped and celebrated across every single temple in India. As we get into the session, you will learn more about who is Somaskandhar, the Leela behind the happening of Somaskandhar Murthy, as well as the signs of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We will also be from the direct powerful cognitions which are represented by Somaskandhar. With those powerful cognitions, we will be going through internalization exercises and to see how we can apply these powerful cognitions in our own life. But before we get into the whole program, I'd like to share with all of you very special and very exciting news, which was released a couple of days back on Facebook. These posts are posted by on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Hinduism's official Facebook handle. The first report is by the News Minute media publication agency, which has published the truth about the Interpol notice, which was allegedly been put on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All the details and all the references for the information is also provided in the Facebook page. But if you actually go and if you see and read the Facebook page, the Facebook post, you will see that Interpol has never issued any sort of arrest warrant or any sort of notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Rather, Interpol themselves acknowledge and recognize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as leader of the sovereign state of the United States of Kailasa. So this is one of the most extraordinary news. This is a very, very positive news and very, very good news for all of us Kailasian citizens and for the rest of the world as well. So please take a few minutes of your time to go ahead and spread this news on social media. This post is on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Facebook handle in Facebook. And so as you can see here, media reveals the truth about no Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized by the United Nations, international bodies, and multiple countries. After baseless rumors spread about Interpol notices being issued against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, media like the News Minute have revealed the truth of no Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with clear evidence of letters directly from the Interpol on the same matter. So actually, if you scroll down on this Facebook post, you will see the references as well as the screenshots where the Supreme of News Minute projecting, and if you can see here, it's being projected right now. So these are the official letters from the Interpol themselves saying that no notice or any sort of case has been put against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So this is one of the most extraordinary and one of the good and positive news which has happened over the past couple of days. And please share this news with all of your family members in all of your social circles. The second, which we want to share with all of you, is the United Nations has recognized the persecution on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and has published this on their official website. United Nations publishes another report on the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Kailasa's Gurukul and Kailasa's children and women. A report of the special rapporteur on the sale of sexual exploitation of children, including child prostitution, child pornography, and other child sexual abuse materials, on reparation for child victims and survivors of sale and sexual exploitation. The weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children, especially of minorities traditions, is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions, minority communities, and their leaders. One such indigenous spiritual tradition, currently targeted by for extermination by the deep state elements, is the Hindu Aboriginal Indigenous Agricultural Tribes, which is the AIAT community led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukul, the traditional residential education system of AIAT, is one of the core components of AIAT from a tender age. They learn the 64 Vedas, types of knowledge in a unique method of knowledge transmission. Since 2010, deep state elements have forcibly and unlawfully shut down the indigenous Nithyananda Gurukul, depriving the AIAT children of their fundamental human rights and right to educate. Traditional attacks continue on the AIAT schools and the children to destroy the Gurukul indigenous education system, ironically by the state bodies responsible for reparation. So these reports have not only been published to the UN, United Nations recognize this as well. And as you can see here, the official website of United Nations for Human Rights, where these reports have been published. The various persecutions on Kailasa, on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on Kailasa's Gurukul, and Kailasa's women and children. All of this is available freely. You can go and see for it yourself. All the references and links have been linked in the Facebook posts. If you actually go to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Facebook handle, these two posts are featured and will be. So you can read the post for yourself, and please share and share this message, share this great news which is happening, where the Hindu persecution due to the hard work and sacrifice of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is now being recognized internationally and is being acknowledged and is being properly in the international forums. And so now with this, we're going to enter into the grand narrative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having the introduction of the reviver of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born in the year 1978 on January 3rd in the holy southern town of Tiruvannamalai in South India. At the tender age of 3 in the year 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into the Bala Sannyas, which is the child saint, by enlightened beings, masters, and his predecessors through a ritualistic ceremony. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as an incarnation by enlightened beings as Yogi Raj Yoganandapuri, Vidwan Panduranganath, and the 130th Guru Mahasannidhanam, which is the pontiff of the Tonde Mandaladinam of Kanchi. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was of 16 years of age, he was coronated by Mata Vibhudanandapuri, the Vedanta Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, also lovingly called as Mataji Kuppamal. You can see there is a conch and a kamandalu, which is the water pot, to the left of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as the wooden staff to his right, all of which are given to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by Mata Vibhudanandapuri. These are the traditional items which are handed over along with the official induction as the successor into the lineage. You can see here the photograph of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism standing with Mata Vibhudanandapuri, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Vedanta Guru, as well as the coronation photo taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was inducted as the successor of Arunachala Sarvanyapeetham and coronated to revive Sri Kailasa. Next, we're looking at the early days in the mission of Kailasa into the mission of the Nithyananda Sangha. Here leftmost you can see the black and white photo where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, brick by brick, constructed the temple monastery complex for his guru, Mata Vibhudanandapuri, under the guidance of his gurus. Later, during the years when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started the public mission, the public life, in the year 2001, on the 14th of April, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 23 years of age, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, established the first Kailasa temple monastery in Tiruchengodu, South India. As you can see here on this photograph, in the supreme pontiff of Hinduism's own handwriting, the annotation is there on the photograph, marking and recording this historic day. Here we can see in the year 2002, 1 year later, on the 4th of November, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the headquarters, Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, in South India. By the year 2004, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 26 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was conducting mass living enlightenment conventions all across the globe in various countries, taking people cleansing processes of the seven energy bodies. By the year 2005, at the age of 27, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was welcomed with the proclamation message by the Mayor of St. Louis, Francis G. Slade. Here we can see glimpses of the international worldwide conventions of living enlightenment conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the years 2000 and 2016, during the auspicious Kumbh Mela festival, one of the largest, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated thousands into the mass living enlightenment, both in Nasik Kumbh Mela in the year 2015 and the Ujjain Kumbh Mela in the year 2016. As you can see here, we have photos of thousands and thousands of people visiting the Kailasa camp in Ujjain and in Nasik, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving the mass initiations living into living enlightenment to all those who had come. We are now going to be looking at the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The first one being when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 10 years of age. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, which is the Tonde Mandala Adhinam. In the year 2004, on December 31st, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajya. In the following years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram. In the year 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamlapita Sarvanyapitam. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the largest apex monastic order. In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, which is the head of all spiritual leaders of the Atal Akhada, which is the ancient apex body of Hinduism. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, elected by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders, pontiffs. The United States of Kailasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, Hindu enlightened civilizational nation whose vision is living enlightenment for all of humanity. Kailasa's mission is to revive and share with today's world the practical applications of the greater sciences of authentic Hinduism, including Hindu cosmic physics, Hindu alchemy, Hindu cosmology, Hindu biology, Hindu mathematics, the power manifestation science, and other sciences as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These sciences were once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent, but are now facing extinction due to the persecution which has spanned over a millennium. Here we can see the various Sri Kailasa initiatives, Sri Kailasa United Nations initiatives. Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiatives support a variety of humanitarian services which collectively allows for the creation of an enlightened, peaceful, sustainable, equitable, resilient, and thriving world. Out of these 108 initiatives started by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations, The one which we are going to be looking out of the many is the No Hungry Home project offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for nutritious food and a hunger-free world. More than 1 billion meals have been served over the past 27 years. The Hindu ASMT community has organized more than 3 million annadans serving a total of 1 billion meals. Annadans are the free organic meals as per the tradition, served during religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination. Up to 10,000 meals are served on a daily basis, free of cost, and this number rises to up to 100,000 on festival days. As you can see here in the photos, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is actively involved in serving and in the process of the Annadan service. You can see here in many places the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his own hand is doing the Annadan service. Here we can see Kailasa's protective and preventive COVID care centers offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for during the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism converted his monastery campuses into a multi-layer quarantine facility free for all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, socioeconomic status, or any other sort of discrimination. Not only that, but food, shelter, internet, as well as other basic facilities, including free medical care, were provided to all the residents for an indefinite amount of time. More than 30 million citizens followed Kailasa's 28-day spiritual regimen in the year 2020. Here we can see the offerings made by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for education reform and development in the form of the Nithyananda Hindu University and the Nithyananda Gurukul. The Nithyananda Hindu University was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and is the world's largest Hindu university. The Nithyananda Gurukul was inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 2nd of October 2006, the revival of the ancient Adi Shaivid Guru Disciple education system, which is an authentic knowledge transmission system based on enlightenment. Nithyananda Hindu University has more than 20 million enrollments, 7,000 free courses, and has extended campuses in more than 150 countries. Here we can see Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for the protection of Hindu scriptures in the form of the Nithyananda Jnanalaya, which is the library, and the Hinduismpedia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya to collect and to preserve the 1 million Hindu scriptures while ensuring that knowledge is made accessible and shared free of cost to all people, collecting and preserving 1 million source books on Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has authored more than 10,000 books in 3 different languages, which have been translated into 50 other different languages. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has published more than 10,000 articles and has given more than 10,000 hours of free discourses with a combined view of more than 1 billion. The Hinduismpedia is a project offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has collected more than 15 terabyte of digital material and rare manuscripts from all the 19 serving pitas, ancient mutts, and ashrams. This collection is inclusive of over 1 million pages on Hinduism, 22,000 digital books, 1,000 e-textbooks, and more than 100,000 articles on various topics in Hinduism. Here we can see Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for global peace and religious harmony, offering the confluences for world peace. In the year 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. As you can see here, thousands and thousands have gathered, waving the Kailasa flag and doing the peace walk. Next, we have Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for feminine empowerment and gender equality offered by the women empowerment programs, the various women empowerment programs. The first one which you're looking at right now is Kailasa's Yogini Sarvingyapeetham, which is the establishment of yoga and meditation universities to empower the quality of life an emphasis on life solutions through Vedas and Agamas, empowering the indigenous rural women, fighting against wrongful gender stereotyping, gender based violence, and lack of inclusive and quality learning environments. Some of these initiatives include Kailasa's Nithyananda Lakshmi, which is a microfinancing service, Kailasa's Women Foundation and Women Empowerment Self-Help Centers, which have been launched in 108 places around the world since its establishment in the year 2009. Kailasa's Ankita program, which is providing foundational literacy about working of basic community service and infrastructural environments. Kailasa's Ashraya program, providing vocational training programs to rural and indigenous women to provide equal opportunities and access to independent, self-sufficient financial environments to them. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the Vedic feminism in Kailasa, where more than 80% of leadership positions are occupied by women. Here we can see the various offerings of Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations in the field of yoga as the Nityananda Yoga. The Nityananda Kriyas are 108 scientifically validated Kriyas revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, specifically targeting the 108 major diseases and disorders such as diabetes, arthritis, blood pressure, rheumatism, and more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient forms of yoga, such as the pole yoga, which is the Shivastambha yoga, and the rope yoga, the Kundalini Raja yoga, in which yogic asanas, postures, and weight balancing techniques are performed to create the yogic physiology, aligning it to cosmic geometry that manifests superconscious powers. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded 2 Guinness World Records for the largest rope yoga and largest pole yoga classes, bringing worldwide attention to these extraordinary forms of yoga. These world records were established on the 30th of September and 3rd of October, respectively. Despite being heavily persecuted continuously for more than a decade, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his unwavering intention, commitment, and action in building the only Hindu nation, has established the sovereign state of the United States of Kailasa to protect, revive, and preserve Hinduism, the most ancient, most peaceful, still living, and long lasting demonstrable system that shows the possibility of peaceful coexistence amongst people. Next, we're going to be looking here at one of the most historic and definite moments of the Kailasa nation, where Kailasa, the first nation of Hindus led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, spoke on behalf of the 2 billion global Hindu diaspora at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. A significant milestone in the history of Hindus and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa happened on the 2nd of December 2021. His Excellency Shri Nitya Moksha Priyananda, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Kailasa, represented the persecution of Hindus at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. The theme of the forum was conflict prevention and the protection of human rights of minorities. This was the first time the plight of persecuted Hindu minorities was represented in the United Nations. The ongoing and systematic generational attacks on Hindu indigenous traditions were highlighted in these meetings. Here, we're looking at the various attempts by the state and non-state actors on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life and on Kailasa. More than 70 assassination attempts and attacks, physical attacks, have happened on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in India and abroad. 40 attacks on community members, destruction of monasteries and temples, incidences of attacks, molestation, and rape on women monks. Intense lawfare through the 100 false legal cases, all but one are dismissed. Intersectional persecution using entire government mechanism, politically owned media and judiciary controlled by politicians, inciting mob violence through social media. These are just but few of the massive methods, methodologies, and ways the illegal persecution and the harassment and the degeneration attacks have been happened on Kailasa and on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for over a decade. But despite all this, Hinduism, in his unwavering intention, sacrifice, and hard work for the Hindu nation, has built the United States of Kailasa for all of us to peacefully practice and live, and we have the establishment of the Hindu nation. In this next segment, we're going to be looking at one of the most important contributions given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for all of humanity, and that is the power manifestation science. We're going to be looking at the spiritual reference, the scriptural reference for the power manifestation science, how the power manifestation science works, as well as a live demonstration of these various powers. So please stay tuned. We'll be back with you after a short break to see the live demonstration of the power manifestation science.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivam program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
Yes, so now we'll be entering into the beautiful session of the power manifestation, and now we're going to be understanding the various truths and aspects of power manifestation. So, what is power manifestation? How is it helpful to our life? And what is the science actually of power manifestation? So, now we are going to be going through a beautiful and informative sequence of understandings where we learn the science of power manifestation. So, in the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva elaborates in detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 Shaktis of Paramashiva. Manifesting Shaktis are described in a detailed systematic method and science for human beings to explore the various sciences and the various Shaktis of Paramashiva. The manifestation happens from the fundamental cognition that you are divinity and not the cognition that you need to reach divinity. So now we're going to be seeing the difference between the Shaktis and the Siddhis. Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment, whereas the Siddhis manifest from the space where you are reaching enlightenment through various penance and hardships. That time the Siddhis manifest. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis manifest only in the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis, on the other hand, are a blessing for every human being. Means every human being after the initiation of a living incarnation or an enlightened master can manifest the Shakti. Siddhis happen only after lots of hard penance. The Shaktis also are permanent, whereas the Siddhis are not permanent and they divert us from the path of enlightenment. So now we are going to be seeing the yes, so now we are going to be seeing the various pramanas or the scriptural, the references, and the way the powers are authenticated. So we have four different methods and layers through which the powers are filtered. So first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the source scriptures, the revelations of Paramashiva's direct teachings, like in the Vedas and the Agamas. Then we have the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences of the various enlightened masters, rishis, incarnations, and the other manifestations of Paramashiva. The various way all of these great beings who have come before us have taught the world and shown to the world that these powers are possible by humanity. Then we have the Atma Pramana, where the supreme pontiff of Hinduism has experienced these powers and validated them with the Shastra Pramana and the Atma Pramana and given it to us as his Atma Pramana. Then we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study on these powers. So now we're going to see the source of these Shaktis, and it is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the source of these Shaktis, and he is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate cause, which is self-effulgent, all pervading,
and beyond time, he manifests the five actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. And through this, he creates and sustains and manifests this whole existence that we know. The direct words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he says that every ultimate truth, when a powerful cognition is mapped into the consciousness, our individual consciousness, it manifests through every human as Shaktis. Now we are going to be seeing the detailed pramana for each of the pramanas that we have. So first we're seeing the Shastra pramana, which is the source scriptures, the scriptural references for the power of the third eye. So Paramashiva in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra and Agama reveals the signs of various Shaktis to Paramashiva Shakti, and now we'll be seeing the 34th verse of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Paramashiva has given us the detailed description of how the powers manifest from the third eye. He says, Kapala mano nyasa tishtanmilita lochanaha kramena manaso dhadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes in succession to the third eye, one whose mind is stable is able to see beyond the sight and has the ultimate darshan of the lakshyam, which is the ultimate goal, and has the vision of any place or any object beyond his sight, and he attains the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. Now we'll be seeing the Apta Pramana, the experiences of various enlightened masters who have come before us. So here we have the beautiful scripture reference from the Mahabharata, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna gives Arjuna the initiation into the third eye. Arjuna asks Bhagavan Shri Krishna that he wants to see the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So Bhagavan Shri Krishna in the 8th chapter of the 11th verse initiates Arjuna into the third eye by saying, you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine vision of the third eye, behold my cosmic form. And then Arjuna gives a detailed description of each of the various aspects of that beautiful Vishwarupa Darshana in the 11th chapter. Next, we'll be seeing the Atma Pramana, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has experienced these things, these powers in his own life. So in his own words, he says, the first experience that I had, I was able to see above me, below me, the whole 360 degrees and the 10 directions. Not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all that around me as me. So we can see here how directly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Atma Pramana, his own experience, is matching with the Shastra Pramana. Next, we are seeing the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific study on the powers. So they had conducted an experiment directly on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they had conducted the positron emission tomography test on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain, and at that time they found high amount of radiation and energy being radiated from the frontal lobe where the third eye is, and the same readings from which they had seen in the scans of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been replicated in the Balasans and the various yogis who have also gone through these scans. Now we'll be seeing one of the powers that manifests from the space of the third eye, which is the power of consciousness over matter. The scriptural reference for this is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Shiva says, क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैः दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवि शून्यालयो भवेत्. The translation is, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the gaze and the sight from that object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge, thoughts, and impressions from that object. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, the space of all inclusiveness or infinity. So here we can see how Paramashiva has given us a detailed explanation of each of the steps of how to manifest this power. Now we are going to be having a live demonstration of this power, where I will be manifesting the power of consciousness over with my Atmalinga. So now we'll be moving to the close-up camera, where you'll be able to see the demonstration, and we'll be showing you how authentically this power is being manifested.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, so now we are all able to see the Atmalinga, and you can see my hand also. So now I'm just showing you my hand also. You can see that there is no kind of strings or any glue, all those kind of things which are there on my hand. And we can see the Atmalinga also. And as we know, the Atmalinga is made of a crystalline material. So there is no kind of magnetic thing that can be used to make the Atmalinga to move. And also I have a tissue paper here. So I'll be just circling the Atmalinga with this tissue paper to show that even when the Atmalinga is placed on my palm, there's no kind of strings which are being used to move the Atmalinga or anything. So by doing that, we are making the power as authentic as possible. So I'm placing the Atmalinga on my hand. And here I have the tissue paper, and I'm just circling the Atmalinga to show you that even when the Atmalinga, when I'm moving the tissue paper around the Atmalinga, there is no kind of movement which is happening in the Atmalinga, showing that there is no external thing that is being used to create the movement in the Atmalinga. So now I'll be connecting with Paramashiva, and as we saw in the scriptural reference, the detailed instructions which have been given directly by Paramashiva on how the Atmalinga, how the consciousness or matter happens. So now I'll be manifesting that. I will be doing the same and I'll be chanting the Mahavakya and connecting with Paramashiva. And then when that happens, we will all be seeing that the Atmalinga. So I request all the viewers also to take this time now to create the same reality in your life also. So either you can manifest this power, or you can create a reality. You can share with us a reality that you want to manifest in your life, and then we will be, when we manifest the power, we will be seeing directly Paramashiva manifest that reality in your life. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, and we will all be seeing the beautiful manifestation of the Atmalinga. So you can also chant along with me. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 So as the Atmalinga is moving also, I want to show that there is no kind of movement or no kind of external thing that is being used to create the movement in the Atmalinga. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, so now we have seen the beautiful manifestation of the Atmalinga, and now this is the best opportunity for all of us to take, best time we can take to create the reality of Mahaparamashivaham where we'll be learning to manifest this kind of Shaktis. And the goal of this consciousness or matter is not to, just move the matter, but it is to create the realities that we want. It is to have a personal, intimate relationship with Paramashiva and create a better future for you and your family. Because in the Mahaparamashivam, you'll be learning lots and lots of powerful cognitions which you can use in various situations of your life to create a better future for you. So now we are projecting the QR code on the screen. You can scan that with your phone and it will take you directly to the registration page of the Mahaparamashivoham. And now we are going to be moving into the next session where we are going to be understanding about a really important component that takes away the whole effort, that takes away the whole beauty of manifesting Paramashiva in our life, which is the pattern of decision fatigue. And when we have this decision fatigue, it always, when we have a breakthrough in our life, we think, oh, I've taken so much, I've done so much, and you just get overwhelmed and you don't enjoy that you have allowed Paramashiva to create something in your life. So when we understand about how we can go beyond this decision fatigue and break this pattern of decision fatigue, we will be able to allow Paramashiva to flow through us. So we'll be listening to a series of satsangs by the Supreme Point of Hinduism, where he'll be teaching us and explaining about how this decision fatigue can be overcome. So now let's sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. And as most importantly, make sure that you take notes of this and share it with your friends and families in the social media, and make sure that you write it and keep it as your book of hearts. So now let's sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let's bring our awareness to the third eye, and let's bring listening to our space. And now let us enter into the video.
Fatigue decision or decision fatigue means fatigue which happens to you by making decisions. Actually, decision fatigue is fatigue decision. Listen. Decision fatigue is nothing but fatigue decision. I'll explain. When you decide to superimpose elephant on a wooden sculpture, elephant, the fear or greed or other emotions, opinions associated with elephant gets aggravated in you. When you go through that ups and downs, incompletions, you become tired. Listen carefully. Yesterday I was discussing with some of the Adinavasis preparing for Sadashivoham. Actually, whole day nothing is being done other than making few phone calls. But everyone is tired, fatigued, thinking they are doing two big things. Nothing. Nobody is building here. Even if big buildings are happening, what you are doing is only phone call. Nothing else. If you just do the postmortem and see exactly what you are doing, it's only phone call and talking and at the most signing. That's it. But You are so arrogant, you don't want to believe you are not doing anything. Because you are always, you thrive on pampering yourself with arrogance. Pampering yourself with arrogance is the way you thrive. So naturally, to cheat others, you start using the word, I am doing this, I am doing that. And finally, you yourself start believing and get cheated by it. You getting cheated by yourself is what I call fatigue decision or decisions of fatigue. The decision making leading to fatigue, or out of fatigueness you decide to be arrogant. I tell you, fatigueness, when you are tired, you decide to believe you are doing too big things. Because you need to justify to yourself, you are big, you are doing something great. I can't understand people becoming tired by traveling. They say, oh, I came from Chennai to Bangalore, I am tired, I have to go and lie down. Hey, what have you done? Other than sitting in the AC car. It is just most cunning, arrogant way of cheating others. Unfortunately, while you utter these words to cheat others continuously, after 4 or 5 times you start believing that words and get cheated. Get cheated terribly, understand? If you cheat your boss, you are doing great, you may gain some money. If you cheat yourself, you lost your very life. Anybody who cheats himself or herself loses life. You are in utter confusion, don't have direction, don't have any real movement done. Tired, busy. End of the day, if you see just blown arrogance. I am this, I am that, I am doing this, I am doing that. Actually, if you see what you are doing, nothing more than calling or talking. I told to the Adinavasi whom I was talking, now you are standing here, holding your hands. For this, at least 100 decisions your brain has to take. To put the weight on the right leg, left leg, hold the hands together, all that. To build this whole campus, less number of decisions only your brain need to take. Actually, even for your breathing, how many decisions your brain need to take? Less than that number of decisions only you need to take every day. Even you are most productive, much better than me. Even if you are in that space, you need to take only less decisions which you need to take for your breathing. For your breathing, if you are taking 200 decisions, and if you take just 100 decisions for the work, the whole thing will be successful. It's arrogance. The false identification, because of your decision, whoever is working, you attribute all that glory to you. You attribute all that glory to you, which is not true. Which is not true. Arrogance. Because decision makers are paid more money than the people who are working, you develop certain arrogance. Decision fatigue is the direct result of the mental setup you carry, whether you are under the matrix or outside the matrix. Please be informed, anybody who has a decision fatigue is inside, under the matrix. You are under the matrix. Anybody who understands, actually if you see more subtler way, for breathing, how many decisions you take? Less number of decisions only you need to take, even to be a ultimate successful billionaire or to do any work done. If you understand that, suddenly work will bring lot of strength, joy, activism, being alive. If the micromanagement does not bring frustration and fatigue in you, you are out of matrix. Even your so-called macromanagement brings fatigue, decision fatigue in you, you are within the matrix. Arrogant, violent, you are dangerous to live with. Fatigue decision, people's prana is dangerous to breathe. Kandu muttu kettu muttu, don't even see them. It will be disaster for you. Don't even talk to them. They will put poison into. Understand. Most of your problems, stupid thing called decision fatigue and arrogance developed due to decision fatigue, destroys your life, and matrix always pampers it. If you come down to the existential ground reality and see your life, nothing but a few decisions I took which is as easy as breathing, few words I uttered which is as easy as flirting, few signatures I made which is as easy as autographing. That's all. Nothing else is done. If you understand that, you will be a light being. You will be young forever. You will never become old. You may become bold, but not bald. If any thought current makes you believe you are working, you are tired, you need to be pampered, you are worthy of this, that, they will destroy your life. They will make you old. They will swallow your life. Anybody who makes you believe, makes you understand the ground reality, actually you are not doing anything. It is as simple as breathing and chatting, just walking around, as simple as, see, if you have a vacation, what all you will do, you are not doing anything more than that in any of your job, I am telling you. It is just your idea of today vacation, today office. Whether it's the Balasant having pus in his ears needs healing, or somebody came and stole something in some branches, or some devotee got into accident, he needs immediate healing, I need to attend. How I sit and go on micromanaging tirelessly, almost 800 to 1000 decisions I make a day without decision fatigue. Actually, 2 days before the Somaskandhar team, all around the campus, and I was telling them, hey, don't think you guys have done a big job. All of us put together, we made 2000 phone calls and 100 successful phone calls, that's all. Don't think about what you did based on the result. Think only based on what you did. If you think based on the result, you will fall into decision fatigue. Decision fatigue is one of the biggest suffering of the corporate mind. And I said, all of us put together made 2000 phone call and 100 successful phone call, that's all. The whole team collapsed down to planet Earth. I should say got grounded. From the Yari, Fairy, Hari. Result is the sign of our completion, but based on result, you cannot assume what you have done. When it comes to what you have done, see, feeling about what you contributed should come only from what is the effort you put. See, what I am talking is the context of becoming egoistic out of air, thin air. All this, all right, this whole thing is done. What these guys have done? One phone call to this contractor, one phone call to the umbrella fellow, one phone call to the Dumbai fellow, one phone call to the volunteers team, they tied it over. Oh. Let us come down. So that is what exactly I feel about I just come and blush with the deities for a few minutes and go around, tease some of the brahmacharis and make fun of these balasans, and then come back and sit and just spend a little time asking some questions and answering some questions. Sometimes questioning your answers and sometimes answering your questions. Go back and rest back into Samadhi. That's all. You not building castles in the air about your contribution keeps you away from denial and keeps you grounded about life. The decision fatigue is all about entertaining denial. When you entertain denial, listen carefully. You need to justify you are doing too many big things. So you have to always weigh yourself based on the result, not based on what you contributed. This is one of the biggest corporate problem. And I tell you, decision fatigue damages your liver and intestine. If you remove decision fatigue from your life, you will grow younger. Decision fatigue starts as delusion, ends as disease. Decision fatigue starts as delusion, grows as disorder, ends as disease. I know many of you are not convinced that you have a decision fatigue. You all feel that really you are contributing something. Because it is such an important, how important I am for the society and for the people around me. That is one of the important food you eat. That is being now denied. Understand? Listen. You may now think how the length and this denial is connected. Whenever you decide, I will not put my energy on lawyer, engineer, multiple things, and I will put only in one. You will start seeing your efficiency to engage with life drastically comes down due to boredom attack. You always think, I will put all the 12 hours into the law and master, and you forget to understand there is something called boredom, which will be attacking you. You will be falling prey for it. You may have to face that in your course. You don't plan to handle, you don't have a right plan to handle the boredom. But you deny all the other entertaining aspects of your routine. When the boredom attacks, you collapse. Denial always leads to low efficiency, low engagement with life. When the engagement with life comes down, depth of the boredom increases. Depth of the boredom, denial, less engagement with life, decision fatigue is all one and the same. How many of you? Listen, decision fatigue steals your life from you. Decision fatigue directly tires your liver and intestine. Decision fatigue directly affects your very existence. The NRI Hindus, non-residential Indians, Hindus, listen. This is one of the important message I have for you. It has nothing to do with spirituality. You get heart diseases, heart problems, and die younger 600 times, not percentage. Listen, 600 times. Listen to me once more, not percentage. If you want, Google it. I again and again read that line. No, is it percentage or time or spelling mistake or error? So I landed upon one or two articles saying 600%. Then I went through again and again, larger number of articles and more authenticated papers published with the original names and the organization names which did research are talking 600 times. Even I could not understand. But I can give you the original reference. 600 times you are more prone to the heart problem, heart disease, death. Reason is, I tell you, decision fatigue. Only one reason, decision fatigue. If you are an NRI, 99% of you are in white collar job. Only the construction workers in Dubai and few working class in Malaysia and Singapore, like this exemption only does blue collar job. 99% of you are doing only white collar job. Then what is the need for you to die so early? One and only reason, decision fatigue. If I can make NRI community understand from the angle of physical, physiological, psychological, not even from the angle of spiritual, because still the NRIs have their own matrix. Till you get out of the matrix, I can't teach you spirituality. Even from the angle of physical, physiological, psychological, decision fatigue destroys your life. Understand? If I make this one truth to the whole NRI community, if I can reach this one truth to the NRI community, I feel I have done my responsibility. Because it is very unfortunate, the NRI community is not understanding or not yet discovered the solution. They have not understood the decision fatigue can be healed just in one sitting. It does not need to be part of your life. A simple understanding about integrity, grounding yourself based on integrity.
Yes. Very beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the topic of decision fatigue and how it's one of the problems which humanity is suffering the most from. As Swamiji himself has told, it is decision fatigue, not anything else, which is causing the NRI community to die at such a very early and young age. Despite not being physically or mentally or psychologically stretched to that extent, where most of them are working only white collar jobs, but still the death rate and the longevity of the NRI community is small because of this one thing, because of decision fatigue. Decision fatigue, as Swamiji had also shared, is one of the most difficult things for us to accept and come to terms with, that we all are suffering from decision fatigue. The need to satisfy our ego, the need to feel important, the need to feel that we are providing, we are contributing members of society, all builds up to us feeling that we did a lot when it was just a matter of few phone calls or just some paper moving job. And so for that reason, it is understanding, accepting that we have decision fatigue in our lives, that we're all suffering from this pattern, is the only way we can come out of it, and the only way we can actually become energetic, active, and contributing members of society. Swamiji beautifully gives an example. It is like a dog who runs around the whole day thinking he is doing something, he's trying to achieve something, but in reality, in actuality, he just moved from one place to the other. There's nothing which he actually accomplished in life. Our decision fatigue is the same thing. We are constantly running, thinking we are running and accomplishing something, but all we're just doing is going around in circles from one place to another, but not actually accomplishing and getting any work done. Only when we first accept that we are suffering with decision fatigue, only then we will be able to come out of the problem. Here with us, we have an internalization exercise to help us come out of the pattern of decision fatigue. The biggest problem is going to be inability to handle boredom. Human civilization will collapse due to boredom if we don't teach people to conquer time. It is time people learn the science of conquering time. See, something has to pull you towards the future. You can't always be pushed from the past. This is a beautiful understanding Swamiji gives. And if you see, we are actually already suffering from these problems today. With the exponential growth of social media, the advent of social media platforms like TikTok, where the attention span of a person, of an individual, of as an individual, is not more than 10 to 15 seconds, where the videos which you upload itself is limited to only 30 seconds. That is the maximum amount span a person is going to before they continue to scroll, before they continue to move on to something else. We have already entered into that age of boredom, where a continuous stream of information, of entertainment, of different types of entertainment can only satisfy you and keep you engaged and keep you in a solidified state. You start becoming restless, you start becoming bored. Maybe a small version of hypertension starts happening in you. This will only lead to further and further stress, further and further anxiety, and further hypertension in an individual. We are already entering into that era of boredom. And unless we understand these powerful cognitions about decision fatigue, about conquering time, we are always going to be suffering from boredom and we are always going to feel life is a pain, life is depressing. Unless we have the inspiration to move forward, to get pulled forward towards life, we're always going to be pushed from the past. The first step of the internalization exercise is to pen down everything from the past that pushes you forward. What makes you feel that life is dragging? What makes you feel that you are being pushed towards doing something rather than you running towards the goal you are trying to achieve? First, pen down all of these things in your life where you feel you are being pushed forward rather than being driven forward. Take a few minutes and sit and do the internalization exercise completely and sincerely. It will only help you to understand yourself more deeper and come to more deeper realizations and understandings about yourself. Swamiji beautifully says that we give time for everyone in the world other than ourselves. Very rarely we give time to ourselves to improve our own personal personality, our own being, and become a more complete person, a more intelligent, understanding, and mature person. These 20 minutes of the process which we are doing every day as part of the introduction to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is one of the only few moments in your life where you are sitting and you're working on yourself personally. You're working on your personal development. You're working for you to become a better person. So give yourself this opportunity, give yourself the space, this time to work on yourself, on your inner being, on the cognitions which you are fundamentally functioning upon. It is these things which will create a change in your life, which will exponentially change and manifest the reality which you want. So whatever distractions, whatever things which may be distracting you or taking up your space and time and your attention span, keep them all aside for a couple of minutes and just be completely and sincerely focused in the internalization exercise. If for you your gadgets or devices are a little bit distracting for you, then keep them away as well for a couple of minutes and just pick up a simple pen and paper and pen down from the whatever you feel is pushing you from the past, whatever feels like a load or which has to be done because you have to do it. All these things which you feel that you are being forced to do, that you need to do it because it's supposed to be done and not because you want to be done. Pen down all these different things in your life which this is a guided meditation process, a guided exercise, and we'll be here with you every step of this process to help you overcome and come out of your decision fatigue patterns. So now please take a few minutes and sit and start penning down. Everywhere in your life, you feel that things are happening out of routine, things are happening because it has to happen in a completely uninspired way, which needs to be done and which you feel is a load on your life. Don't allow yourself to get distracted by things which may be happening in your Varna space around. Allow yourself to be completely integrated, completely focused. Exercise. Coming out of the decision fatigue pattern, bring so much of energy personally in everything which you do. Not only will so much of energy come, you will really accomplish start accomplishing starts getting accomplished. The feeling that I'm doing so much of work, but still nothing is happening. The truth is that that much of work is actually not being even put in. But make yourself feel important to satisfy the ego of yourself that you are important and you are contributing. You are someone who society needs, who's valued by society. It is unfortunately and ironically the same ego which is preventing you from actually being a contributing member of society. So during this process and coming out of the decision fatigue pattern, as Swamiji shared earlier, is the only way you can actually really have the energy boost which you need in your life for you to manifest and make things happen the way you want it to happen. This is the ultimate of a personality development, personality change, which you can call, but ultimate life transformation cognition, which you can start carrying to manifest, make things happen in your life the way you want it to happen. Please sit sincerely and do the exercise. Just needs to be sincere. Sincerely go through, analyze, identify all the places where you feel things which you are being forced to do in life, things which you have to do in life are happening because they are put a load on you, not because you're doing motivation. Identify all these things, and once this is done, we can move on to the next step. To take a few more minutes, sit and identify your past, everything from your past, which makes you feel that life is a drag. You are being dragged by life. Now entering the next step of the process. Pen down everything that pulls you from the future. What makes you run with excitement? Previously, we looked over all the things which is pushing you towards the future, all the things which you despair in your life, which you don't want to face every day, but you're forced. Things which you have to do every day, but you don't want to. Those are the things which you identified in the previous exercise. In this exercise, let's identify everything which is pulling us towards the future. What makes us run with excitement? What makes us get up in the morning every day? What is that which excites us and forces us out of the bed, where we can just jump out of the bed with excitement? Write all the things which excite you in life, which makes you want to live for another day, which makes you want to enter into the next day. Pen down all those things now, all the things in your life which pulls you towards the future, which makes you more life positive, which makes you want to experience life more and more. Once you're done with the first exercise of analyzing and filling out all the things which is pushing you towards the future, now let us enter into finding out things which will pull you towards the future, which is the excitement, the drive, the intensity of it. Again, the complete intensity is exercise. Allow yourself to be completely integrated and do this for yourself. Finally, at the end of the day, this exercise is only to fulfill you, to make you a completely transformed different being. Allow yourself, give that much of integrity and honesty to yourself. Be authentic to yourself, to your own personal transformation. If you're still finishing up the first part of the process, that is fine. Continue to do that. And once you're done, pen down all the things which excites you, which pulls you forward, drives you to become a better person, to make magnificent things happen around you. Exercise. Understand? Swamiji says again and again, something has to pull you towards the future. You can't always be pushed from the past. See, being pushed from the past is dragging your life. Something has to pull you from the future. Only then you will run with excitement. Please understand, being pushed by the past, being pulled by the future, there is too big difference. Pushed by the past, you will move in a slow way. But being pulled by the future, you will be flying, you will be dancing. So the science of conquering time needs to be taught to the world. It is only when you are pulled, when you're excited, enthusiastic, inspired by life, will you actually start living life? Will you actually start becoming younger? It is when we are being pushed by life, when we are suffering with decision fatigue, we become older and death starts approaching very quickly. It is only when we are moving towards life, when we are being pulled towards the future, we start becoming lighter, we start becoming younger, we start having more energy. This next step now is the science of conquering time. Discard boredom and be pulled into life by the excitement of the future. With this final cognition, with this understanding, the transformation in your life will start happening. When you understand that it is only through inspiration, it is only by being pulled towards the future, you will become younger, all your health problems will start disappearing, the decision fatigue will start leaving your cognition. You have conquered time. You have understood the secret and reality of manifesting youthfulness, manifesting energy, and becoming, going beyond the physical difficulties, the realities, and the sufferings of this plane. You start becoming divine. With this, the only other further step which needs to be is registering yourself for the Mahaparashikam program. Right now, this powerful cognition which you're living with will be bolted in you with the superconscious oneness Advaitic experience, the supreme bond of Paramashivam process during the Mahaparashivam program. So, with this, the Paramashivam link to register yourself for the Mahaparashivam program and the website where you can learn more about the program are both linked below in the form of the QR code and in the screen. And so, with this, take this time now to cement this cognition in your being and register yourself for the Mahaparashivam program to have the complete establishment of this experience in your cognition in your being. We'll be entering into a short break, after which we'll be working on causing your personal reality, in manifesting your reality, in manifesting the Mahaparashivam program with you. So please stay tuned, we'll be right back.
A more intelligent to a brighter future.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादि एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, I welcome all the participants and viewers all around the world for the most blissful and most divine Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And today, Swamiji is going to manifest as the Somaskandhar Murthy. And I'm sure all the participants and viewers are having amazing time just receiving these blessings and darshans of Swamiji. Every single day having these darshans, which is empowering and life transforming to one and all. And we have lots of positive feedback, positive news all around the world about Kailasa and the recognition that Kailasa is receiving from various countries and United Nations. And in today's segment, we are going to be looking into one of the most important contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is reviving the ancient kingdoms. Time and again, Avatar has descended in the planet Earth to revive the Sarvanya Pitas whenever there is a destruction in the Dharma, especially in any of the three pillars of Hinduism, whether it is in terms of language or in terms of the Hindu infrastructures or the Shastras. Whenever there is a decline, whenever there is adharma happening in any of these three pillars, Avatar descends to revive through the Sarvanya Pitas. Swamiji has descended to the planet Earth to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is undergoing 2000 plus years of persecution. And Swamiji is the emperor and Guru Mahasamidhanam of 21 ancient kingdoms. And one of the most important kingdom that Swamiji is reviving and bringing it back to life is Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, which is Madhurayadinam. And today's segment, we are going to see some of the most important contributions of Swamiji in reviving the Madhurayadinam, which is very, very dear to his heart, where Swamiji is also incarnation of Madurai Meenakshi herself. And just to Madhurayadinam. The Madurai Meenakshi temple, which is actually located in Tamil Nadu, India, it is one of the most popular and very important temples, I would say. It is the spiritual seat of Devi Meenakshi and Lord Somasundareshwara. And literally, the temple town of Madurai is extremely known for its divine Vedas of Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, who lived there, ruled the entire kingdom, and shown the whole of the humanity of what it means to revive this Hindu ecosystem. So, if you take about the lineage of Madhurayadinam, it is about 5,000 years old. And in fact, what we have today in most of the Western civilizations, their own constitutions, their own the jurisprudence, everything is actually a replica of how the Madurai Adinam was functioning. There are enough records in Madurai Adinam which actually shows that the exact jurisprudence that Madurai Adinam had is what was what is followed today in Vatican also. So, so the point that I'm trying to make is it is a very ancient, established, most advanced scientific enlightenment ecosystem that actually flourished in all dimensions of life. So the ancient records clearly suggest that the glory of Madurai Adinam is such. Every single aspect of enlightenment ecosystem literally flourished under this, under the rule of Devi Meenakshi and Lord Somasundareshwara. And the Madurai Adinam is Hindu Adishaivite monastery, and it is actually world's oldest surviving monastic order. It is the world's oldest surviving monastic order. It has this kind of legacy, and Swamiji is the current Guru Mahasannidhanam of this Madurai Adinam. And it is established by the incarnations, like I mentioned, Devi Meenakshi and Bhagavan Somasundareshwara. And literally, they came down and ruled the entire city of Madurai, and it was revived by Nithyananda Sambandar, and followed by him, several enlightened masters held the greatest seat of Madurai Adinam and shown the whole world the legacy, the spiritual legitimacy, and the religious legitimacy of Madurai Adinam to the whole world. And coming into that lineage is what we have Swamiji, who assumed the responsibility of being the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Adinam in 2012. So, throughout this session, I would like to hear from all the viewers and participants your feedback. What are your thoughts? Just seeing the rich tradition of Madurai Adinam being revived by Vijayavatara Swamiji. Whatever you'd like to share with us, please feel free to share in the YouTube comments or Facebook comments, and also in the MPSN group. You can actually see a QR code that's being flashed on the screen. You can take a scan of it, and then you'll be directly led to the MPSN group, where you can start posting your comments, feedbacks throughout the session. And before we get into more details, also would like to share with all the viewers that the Pandyan kingdom, which is actually one of the oldest Hindu empires, and it has the longest history of continuously ruling as an empire. The Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita Madurai Adinam was the spiritual head Guru and also the political head of the state of this Pandya kingdom, which is a very important statement that I would like to share with all the viewers, that they also act as the political head and they are also the spiritual head of this kingdom. And even in contemporary colonial era, the Madurai Adinam has actually appointed the Guru Mahasannidhanam as the Pandya Niyamana Murai, Pandya's coronation procedure. This actually very clearly shows that the Guru Mahasannidhanam is the spiritual head and as well as the political head of the Madurai Adinam and the Madurai kingdom. Yes, and what you are seeing here today is the beautiful and most divine coronation of Swamiji as Madurai Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Adinam. Literally, Devi Meenakshi appeared in the dream of the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam, saying that it is going to be Swamiji who will rule the Madurai kingdom as the Guru Mahasannidhanam and the political head of Madurai city. Based on the guidance and directions given by Devi Meenakshi, the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam came and graced with this responsibility that Swamiji has taken up as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Adinam. You can see here the grand coronation celebrations happening in Bidadi, where Swamiji is assuming the responsibility as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai. Yes, and as soon as Swamiji assumed the responsibility as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai, Swamiji started reviving all the temples under the Madurai. There are several temples that actually come under the Madurai, which needed lot of care, lot of reformation in terms of infrastructure, in terms of traditions, in terms of puja, in terms of the enlightened ecosystem that the temple must hold. Everything Swamiji revived from the scratch. You can see here the Sachinanda temple in Tamil Nadu, which also belongs to the Madurai. Swamiji actually led a huge revival and restoration process in all the 4 temples that belongs to Madurai. You can see here literally Swamiji himself was cleaning the temple, and he inspired hundreds of peacemakers to join the restoration process. And so much of hard work, and literally he was inspiring each and every person out there to understand the legacy that the Madurai was holding.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சிலிர்த்திடும் சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும் தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும் சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்த்திடாம ஓடிடும் கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும் இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம் கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும் இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்
The Madurai Adinam holds a vast and rich heritage for more than 5,000 years of the heritage, where the enlightenment ecosystem that was first originally formed by Devi Meenakshi and Somasundareshwara, and after which literally the ecosystem went through huge persecution by Muslims invaders and also British. And after post independence, the delegitimization started happening to this great ancient heritage. And then after which, when Swamiji assumed the responsibility as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Madurai Adinam, literally every single aspect, every single wing of the ecosystem, Swamiji started reviving right from 2012. So what we are seeing here is the restoration and revival process where Swamiji himself personally involved in the entire cleaning process. And you can see here literally how Swamiji is inspiring all the peacekeepers of Kailasa to involve in this revival and restoration process. Yes. Yes. So, yes, you can see here in 2012, 22nd May, Swamiji is leading the entire restoration process in all the 4 temples of that belongs to Madurai Adinam. And today, if you see, without Swamiji taking over the restoration and revival of these temple infrastructures and also the traditions, literally the temples have become a common place as they do not have a single unified face as a leader. It is Swamiji who is the single leader of the entire Hinduism, who is reviving all of Hinduism, whether it is temple infrastructure or the traditions. In every level, Swamiji revived the Hindu tradition. Yes, once again, you can see here how Swamiji is inspecting the entire restoration process and at the same time guiding all the peacekeepers. Yes, you can see here how the monks are cleaning the Kanjanu temple. And not only cleaning and restoring temples, Swamiji also revived the Annadan. And the tradition of Annadan that Swamiji started right from 2000 when the mission of Kailasa started, Swamiji revived the Annadan tradition in Madurai Adinam. And literally every single day, 2,000 people used to be fed. And the tradition is continuing even till today. Every single Brahmotsavam, every single Paurnami, every single Amavasya, today's Shamala Pita Sarvangi temple, the Madurai Adinam that Swamiji has established, Annadan happens even till today. And along with Annadan, Swamiji also revived the Vaidhyalaya. Free medical camps was conducted in all the different places of Madurai Adinam. Free multi-speciality medical camps with free diagnosis and treatment was offered to all the people who belong to Madurai Kingdom. And even till today, Swamiji is reviving all the various aspects of Madurai Adinam. And we're going to share with all of you a small segment on how Swamiji is reviving this Shamala Pita Sarangi Pita even till today. Yes. And the current day, where Swamiji has established the Shamala Pita Sarvanga Pitam, right next to the temple, Madurai temple, Swamiji had revealed some of the historic revelations about the current Shamala Pita Sarvanga Pitam. So on 29th May 2019, historic breakthrough happened when the exact land where Devi Meenakshi emerged from the sacred ritual fire as a 3-year-old, from where she started ruling the entire kingdom of Madurai from the Putrakamishti Yajna, literally from that exact place, the Madurai Adinam, the Shamlapita Sarangipitam is established. The Devi Meenakshi, Parashakti, has blessed us by giving the exact land on which she used to sit on the original throne, Kailasonata Shamalapita Sarangipitam in Madurai. So literally where our current Shamlapita Sarangipitam, exact place where Devi Meenakshi emerged from the Putrakameshti Yajna, and she graced us the whole universe with her divine blessings. And the revival of Kailasa, established by Paramashivam himself, the cosmic principles as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, has started with Devi Meenakshi through a divine revelation to Swamiji, showing the exact land where she sat in her original throne, and she was ruling the entire Madurai. So that's the exact place where the Dharma Mandir of the current Shamala Pitam is there. Yes. So in his own words, Swamiji said that Devi Meenakshi has blessed us all by giving the exact land on which she used to sit on her original throne, ruling the entire kingdom of Madurai. And Swamiji revealed from Akashic readings that this was the very place where the sacred fire of Putrakameshti Homa was lit, and Meenakshi emerged out of this fire. And in Madurai Adinam, the part of Thiruvilayadal Puranam, compilation of all the divine plays of Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti, there is a vivid description of a place where Putrakameshti Homa happened. Lines like the Velvi, the Homa conducted by Kurvarar in the eastern side of the temple, where Lord Indra stays, confirms the location. Literally, the current Shyamala Sarvanya Pitam is exactly located at the same place where the Putrakameshti Yagna was conducted. The map below shows the clear marking. You can see here how it is literally eastern side of the temple. This particular place is located, and that's exactly the place that Devi Meenakshi revealed to Swamiji, and Swamiji brought this Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pitam to one and all for all of us to protect and preserve this historic place. And on 6th of June 2019, Swamiji has revived the Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pitam, the world's oldest apex body of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and it is now being revived to become the world's largest apex body of Hinduism. Swamiji is reviving the world's largest Sanatana Hindu monastery, functioning as a powerful enlightenment ecosystem, enriching over 16,000 Kailayavasis around the world. And literally, that is the available historic records mention that over 16,000 disciples permanently lived in Tirunjana Sambandhar, the reviver, after which the Meenakshi's, after Meenakshi's rule, it is Tirunjana Sambandhar who revived the Madurai Adinam back. Now, what you're seeing here is the beautiful pictures of the current Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pitam, which is located inside the Madurai Devi temple. And every day, Nitya Puja of offerings happen to the deities of Meenakshi, Somasundareshwara, and Tirunjana Sambandhar, and Swamiji himself. Now, what you're seeing here is Kailasa. Kailasa, the ancient enlightened ecosystem established by Paramashiva thousands of years ago. And now Swamiji is reviving Kailasa to its original glory. And Madurai already had 3 power centers, which is political power center, spiritual power center, and linguistic power center. Swamiji is the current head of all the 3 power centers of Madurai Kingdom, and he is reviving all of these power centers to its original glory. Yes, this is a beautiful contribution of Swamiji, where you can literally see all the deities of Madurai Adinam. Swamiji personally micromanages the jewels, and each of these jewels are prepared and designed by Swamiji through Kailasa's Sacred Arts University. So what you are seeing here are such beautiful small and large size deities. When I say small, it starts from literally 3 to 4 centimeters, such very, very small micro detail deities, to huge 11 feet deities. To all the deities of this range, Swamiji ensures that all these deities carry beautiful jewels, and these jewels are personally made in Kailasa Sacred Arts University. Yes, so the world's largest sacred arts take birth, literally Archavataras. They are given birth in this university, and this will be the largest workshop of all of its kind, whether it is in terms of deities or their paraphernalia or the decorative items, every single thing Swamiji has acquired and made it in this Sacred University, and the whole thing is shipped to various temples around the world. This art of making deities being practiced in such a huge scale will not just be enlightening the next generation, but it actually revives a lot more generations and a lot more youngsters to start following Hinduism. Yes, you can see more beautiful deities of Shamalapita Savangapitam, where literally all these deities are personally designed with these jewels and decorations by Swamiji. And all the Brahmotsavams that are being conducted in Shamalapita Sarangipitam, from the Madhurayadinam, Swamiji personally enriched all of us with the right context and right understanding that it is really Devi Meenakshi and Lord Somasundareshwara is gracing the town of Madurai whenever this Mandagapadi happens, whenever the Brahmotsavams are celebrated, when the Archavatara graces from the temple, it is literally Devi Meenakshi and Lord Somasundareshwara is gracing the entire Madurai kingdom. So till today, Swamiji offers his respects to Devi Meenakshi and Bhagavan Somasundareshwara. He personally graces into a video conferencing to the whole world as a representation of Devi Meenakshi herself and Paramashiva himself. Swamiji literally as Nijavatara, he graces the whole world whenever the deity steps out of the temple. So even till today, all the Brahmotsavams, all the moments when the deity graces the entire Madurai temple for Mandagapadi, Swamiji graces the Madurai temple, and he offers the respects to the Archavataras, and at the same time as Nijavatara, he graces the whole world with his presence. And what you're seeing here is one other contribution where the science of yoga that's being revived in the Shamalapita Sarangipitam. And we also saw the temple tower is being always projected. The Indra Vimana is always projected in Kailasa's digital platforms in such a way that people around the world, all the Hindus around the world, can take the darshan of Indra Vimana of Madhurayadinam. And Swamiji is reviving the Rajavidya Gurukul through Madhurayadinam. Literally world's largest Rajavidya Gurukul Swamiji wants to establish in Madhurayadinam. And literally like how it used to be when Meenakshi used to rule the Madhurayadinam, Swamiji wants to revive all its aspects, whether it is temple, whether it is Gurukul, whether it is Goshala, every single aspect and pillars of Hinduism, Swamiji wants to revive. Yes, you can see here how the Gurukul kids are all doing the Akashik reading. And agriculture, even the temples around, places around the Shamalapita Sarangipitam, Kailasa has got the agricultural land where Swamiji is reviving the sustainable agriculture for this Madhurayadinam. And Annadan, like I mentioned, Annadan is continuously happening every single Brahmotsavam, every single Mandagapadi days, Paurnami and Amavasya. The Shamalapita Sarangipitam is literally offering the Satvik Annadan to the entire kingdom of Madurai. Almost 5,000 people come and take the prasada from Shamalapita Sarangipitam every day whenever there is an Annadan. And even during the COVID-19, when the whole world closed their doors, Swamiji opened his door. What you're seeing here is the Annadan that used to happen during the COVID-19 period. Yes, you can see here, Clearly, during COVID-19, the peacekeepers are wearing the mask and ensuring that people, whoever visited or whoever is walks down the street to the Madurai temple, always receive food. And Swamiji also takes care of the Goshala, cow shelters in Madurai. Yes, you can see here the Chitra Brahmotsavam celebrations where literally every day 5,000 people were served from Kailasa's Shamla Pita Sarvanga. And like this, many more humanitarian services are continuing even till today for the revival of Madurai. And it is such a beautiful moment for all of us just to recollect the amount of hard work that Swamiji has done to revive this ancient enlightenment ecosystem, literally for history and heritage that the Madurai holds even till today. In fact, the constitution of Madurai is what is being adopted by Vatican today. So the rich tradition and the rich benefits that these ecosystems give us to the world is something phenomenal, and it is a timeless treasure, which is what Swamiji is reviving in all its glory. And so, if you feel many such ancient enlightenment ecosystems, Swamiji wants to revive, and that is what he wants to do through the Sarvanga. This is the most important contribution of Swamiji, where ancient enlightenment ecosystems are revived, and it has all become part of this great happening where Swamiji is reviving all these ancient enlightenment ecosystems. So, being a Sarvanga Pita Yajaman is one of the most important, most blessed happening in our lives, where literally we become extensions of Swamiji. So, don't miss this opportunity. I request everybody to be part of this grand phenomena. And you can sign up your intention to be part of Sarvanga Pita by signing up in skSJP.org/contribute. So I request all the viewers out there to take 2 minutes to sign up your intention, sign up your decision to be part of Shamla Pita Sarvanga Pita and revival of many such ancient enlightenment kingdoms. Your support to Sarvanga Pita project actually shows your decision to become extension of Swamiji. So take a few minutes to file your intention, skSJP.org/contribute, and your decision to file the intention will literally help you to manifest the space and state of a Sarvanga Pita Yajaman. And yes, and Swamiji has always told all of us that all we need to do is set the intention and work for it. When we take that first step, Swamiji is going to move million planets for us. All it requires is our intention. Everybody out there to take this opportunity, take this moment to start your journey towards Sarvanga Pita. With Swamiji's grace and blessings, simply you will be able to manifest it even actually before the Shivaratri itself. And today, joining with me is Indra Vishwanath, Asha Vishwanath from California. She is here with all of us to share her journey with Swamiji and how Swamiji literally transformed her life and has given so many beautiful breakthroughs in her lives. And what is really inspiring her to manifest Sarvanga Pita? She's here to join us. She's joining with us today to share her journey and how she wanted to manifest the Sarvanga Pita.
Many people asked me, Swamiji, why did you leave such a huge empire you built in India and sitting somewhere in one corner for so many years? Be very clear. It's already 3 years. I left India. More than 3 years. This 3 years is worth, because I've done the foundation, legal, protected, internationally protected place first. Not only I have the immunity of non-prosecutable and immunity and protection as the head of the state, sovereign land, which can't be violated, and the embassy status in multiple places, even sovereign land in more than one places. This 3 years is worth, because the first things are done first, right things are done first. We have a great future. We don't have to worry. Will there be any end like what happened, what has been done to Asaram Babu's organization? What has been done to Sant Rampal's ecosystem? What has been done to Ram Rahim's ecosystem? What has been done to this Palgar Sadhus, and what has been done to Kanchimat? You don't need to worry, because I have done the right things first. That's a spend little study how each Hindu ecosystem is persecuted in last 100 years. Listen, whether Kanchimat or Asaram Babu or Ram Rahim or Sant Rampal or Shivashankar Baba, all of them, all their organizations, with so much of hard work, they build the Hindu ecosystem like a beautiful honeycomb. But just some thief comes and robs the whole thing and takes it away. But again, you guys Hindus will work hard and build it like a honeycomb. Again, somebody else will come and steal. Be very clear. I am not interested in this game. That is why I decided very clearly, I will build the fort first. Proper stone fort. Then build the honeycomb so it will stay forever and work forever. Support the Hindus forever. Keep the Hindu ecosystem forever alive. Be very clear. I understood this secret. I started my public life at the age of 16. Within 10 years, by 25, I understood. Without making a proper protection system, any immunity from all prosecution in writing, legally valid, from the British government till the British time. Just 2 generations. Now, those gurus are getting prosecuted. Lawfare is being done. False accusations are put. They are prosecuted left, right, center. Of course, Kanchi Shankaracharya proved he is innocent and came out. But what happened to that organization? What happened to that mutt? What happened to himself? Was he able to stand back? The criminally negligent Hindus did not have gratitude for all the work he has done. The criminally negligent Hindus are not realizing the anti-Hindus are attacking the real Hindus because he stood for the Hindus and stick his neck out, his head was cut. That's all. So that is like a message. No one else should stick their neck out for Hinduism. I tell you, I realized this truth. If I don't build the proper legitimate fort, legal protection, even if I work for 100 years and build the Hindu ecosystem, I don't want to say what would have happened. I know very clearly. I know very clearly. I know very clearly. I wanted to tell all my disciples, listen. The good news I have for all of you is, by the grace of Paramashiva, we already have a sovereign territory in more than one place for Kailasa and diplomatic relationship with many countries for Kailasa, and I am safe. We are going to be safe forever. That is the good news I have for all my disciples. So all your effort, you are all putting time, treasure, talent and building this Kailasa will be useful forever. It cannot be hijacked, destroyed by anyone, because I made a proper foundation protection fortress. Then started building the honeycomb. I did the first things first. Be very clear. Be very clear. First things first.
Yes, Swamiji has created this Kailasa nation, bringing that legitimacy to all the Hindus by giving us all the first nation, the sovereign nation of Kailasa to one and all, doing the first thing first in such a way that everything that we contribute towards Kailasa is going to protect forever. And your contribution to Kailasa through Savingapita is not just going to be there for few hundred years, but rather few thousands of years it's going to be there serving the humanity. So your decision to become a Savingapita Yajman is going to serve the humanity eternally. And on that note, it's my pleasure to welcome Ma Indra, Ma Asha Vishwanath from California to our segment today. Nithyananda Ma.
Nithyananda Ma.
Thank you so much for joining the segment today. And I'm sure all of us are really excited and looking forward to hear from you, your journey, your moments with Avatar. We've attended so many programs, so many beautiful blessings and darshans from Swamiji. Would like to hear from you what really inspired you in this journey and how Swamiji made your life magical.
Nithyananda Ma, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
So my journey with Swamiji started in 2007 when my friend Chitra invited me to come to watch him at Dianza College, locally here. And so I went to the college. It was in a classroom, and we were sitting there, and I saw someone walking down, and he looked just like Swami Vivekananda, walking so magnificently, down the steps and sitting at the chair in the front. And literally the first sentence he said was, I am here to revive the Vedic tradition. Those are the
Wow.
exact words he used. And I don't know what it is, but something rang in me with it. It's a soul to soul connection is all I can say, that made a powerful connection right at that time. But it took me a while, like everything else. I'm in the logical mind, to connect to someone, etc. Right? But the journey started then. I attended all local programs here to do the basic courses. And then after that, attended a lot of programs in LA. We used to go in carpools and vans. It was a great experience. We used to drive on Friday nights, go on the weekend, drive back on Sunday night, back to work on Monday. And
Wow.
nothing could happen like that without his energy.
Wow.
And
So this was which year, no? Back in 2000.
This was in 2007, 2008.
Okay.
And also 2009. Yeah, end of 2009, before he left from the US. And so it was an excellent experience to go deeper and deeper in connection. And the whole idea is like, we don't even know why, but things fall in place.
Wow.
We don't question. We just have to have that icha, that intention. And it just happened. Time off from work happened, weekend, somebody was there to take care of my children, and I just went and didn't worry about how am I going to do this overnight trip and stay awake over there. We all went to a certain hotel over there. That experience during those years was just amazing.
Ma Asha, I'm not able
Yeah.
to hear you.
Oh,
Yeah, now I can hear you. Please
better?
go. Yeah.
Yeah. So he had invited you, and he said, as part of the darshan, he said, make sure that you come to the LA temple inauguration.
Okay.
And I said, yes, Swamiji. And I said, okay. And then later on, they were planning to do on a certain date. I was planning to go there at that time, make it earlier. And I didn't know about that. I was at a friend's house and I was talking to her about Swamiji, and I was just typing in the word Nithyananda, getting into the website. As I'm doing that, I get a call from LA, and immediately they say, I'm part of the San Jose Sangha here, right? So I'm here in San Jose area. And so we all used to group and go. And then this friend was just talking to me, and immediately I get a phone call from LA, and they're saying, oh, we're opening earlier, come over. And that's it, right? Right when I'm telling someone, enriching someone, that happens. And then after that, I'm figuring out, okay, now how am I going to take time off? How am I going to manage the house, leave the house and leave the kids, etc. And then everything fell in place again. And I landed up at the opening just as he blessed, right?
Wow.
And so these are the kind of things that I think he pulls us like a magnet towards him, without us even knowing what it is. And the way he talks to you in Energy Darshan, it's like, so compassionate. And there's someone there to take care of you, your father, your mother, everything, right? And then similarly in India, when I went to all the programs also, right, we look forward to that Energy Darshan. And of course, when you go up there, we forget everything because we don't want anything. We're just completely blank. So I always made sure I wrote down on paper. Sometimes I'd be embarrassed. I've got 2 sheets of paper. One time I wrote a very short one, and then I somebody on the side who was helping one of the volunteers was showing him the sheet. And I'm wondering and I'm thinking, it's like, oh, okay, he blessed me, but he didn't look at my sheet. And then I was feeling sad. I said, okay, that's okay. Maybe, he just didn't look at it, whatever. And whatever I wrote on that, I'd asked for a special darshan for the next day, during the next day darshan. And that's exactly what happened.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that means he's read it. And I didn't see him looking at the paper, right? So that doubt was cleared. And very often, he with the conversation, he'll bring up and ask questions, etc. So that journey kept going, of course, been to so many programs in India and over here. And each time it only gets us closer and closer to the oneness. And there's never a dull moment, literally. Nothing is repeated. Everything is new. Every 2 weeks is bringing something new. And when he did the kriyas, I used to go from work directly to the temple, our San Jose temple, which is in Milpitas. And I will go every evening after work because he introduced and I never knew that I could ever do something like, Nirahara Samyama, right? Couple of times I just went back, but then he asked us to come to the temple every day for darshan. That made such a huge difference to make that happen. And so, being part of with, as part of the Sangha, doing so many things. And there's so many stories that, make us sting. And the key thing is, when we are really troubled for something and something's bothering us, someone from the Sangha will call, or we'll watch a satsang, or we'll read something. It just happens. And this has happened to other people too. They'll say, you called at the right time. Can you go for a walk with me? Can we talk? And so amongst us devotees itself, that'll happen. Sometimes the message will come from somebody outside of the Sangha too, but somehow we know that he's hearing it. And attending these Zoom programs these days is such a blessing, because throughout COVID, I think we're just gliding through. I have no idea how those 2.5 years went by sitting inside. And I'm a person who's always going outdoors, and there's so much to do. But kind of shapes the path also, like, what you want to go and what you want to do, etc. Everything keeps changing as we go along. And as far as the Sarvangapita Ejaman, that the intention was, it was clear. It's just to want to be part of the Kailasa, right? So that's why that intention was there and came up strong. You start in a small way, but I know things will happen, things will fall in place, and I'll be able to reach it. I just have to trust and surrender, learning more and more to surrender, and talk to Swamiji about that. And that's why all the blessings we get when we do all these PSM programs, MPSM program, I should say, online is it's an amazing experience, and people should definitely make their attempts to attend these programs, because it does take us into a different space completely. And each of us, the key thing is, each of us have our own experiences in our own ways. There's nothing big or nothing small. And this was taught to me, like the person who, one of the sannyasis who was here in San Jose, when I went for my first IA in Inner Awakening in 2012. And she said, go with no expectations. Experiences of everybody is very different. And we just meet the best people. And yeah, it's like, when we've met in programs also before, it's like we share with each other, right? And then we learn so much and get inspired. It's like a fire spark. This sparks us. And Ma Snemai, Ma Divyananda, all of them in our local Sangha, they work so hard to keep us all connected, re-invite us, and so warm. So many pujas we have in our temple. All those make a huge difference in our life to face challenges. And life's not easy all the time, right? Each of us have our own challenges.
That's so beautiful, Ma, because you brought various elements, like how Swamiji attends to each and every darshan. When you talk about it, I also remember so many moments, in the initial days. We write pages and pages and give it to Swamiji. He just takes a look at it and then that's it. He attends to every single line. He remembers it, and the next day or the next coming days, Swamiji will tell the exact line, whatever we wrote, and then says, okay, you've written this, and I'm attending to this. This is how you're going to come out of this problem. So always it feels like, how is Swamiji able to do it? And every single time we used to have at least 500 to 800 people sitting there, and each and every person giving that one piece of darshan letter. And Swamiji remembers it and ensures that it is getting attended, and the reality is caused. He follows up, he makes sure that we're all feeling comfortable and empowered, most importantly. So, that's very important, beautiful thing that you brought out there.
And I have one thing that came to my mind. There's a beautiful large photo in that main hall in Bidadi of Swamiji. And now you talked about Meenakshi just before this, so it was interesting. So there was a parrot that stayed with him for a while, right? And it came from Madurai. And during our IA, the parrot was there, Meenakshi was there, and she'll sit on his shoulder and keep pecking around and all that stuff, right? So on the wall, there was a beautiful photo of Swamiji with the parrot, Meenakshi, on his shoulder. And so as part of the darshan, I said, Swamiji, I want a copy of that photo. And it's a simple request, but something that came from deep down, right? And then, so he said, no problem. And immediately he looked at someone and said, get that ready by tomorrow. Okay, and then get her that ready. I said, okay. And then I went off. Next day, they brought the photo and I took it and I was like, oh, thank you so much. And they gave it and he was going to bless it. He took one look at it and I thought everything was fine, right? He took one look at it. He told the person there, right? He says, no, this is not the exact same one. And there was a minor difference, very minor difference. None of us could even figure. He says, no, go back to your database, same
Okay.
one, he said. And I didn't want to let go of that photo, so I want to hold on to it, right? He said, nope. Next day, they brought back. It's like
Actually,
precision.
you also remind me of one more thing, ma. Like in NPD, Nithyananda, we have about, already we have about more than 200,000 pictures are uploaded there. Swamiji remembers every single of that photo, every single photo that's there in Nithyananda, and he will remind us, okay, go and take this picture. I will be with this person, and this is the angle. Every time Swamiji gives that instruction and guidance, it really leaves me with, oh God, how is it Swamiji able to do it every single time? And throughout all the 30 years of his public life, it makes me feel that every moment Swamiji was living through it, intensely pouring life, conscious and hardworking. That is why he's able to do it so effortlessly, even till today, really inspiring all of us. Otherwise, 200,000 photos are there, and many of it, what got released is only 10% of what Swamiji lived through the 30 years. And Swamiji always shares about this picture with this person, and this is the photo, this is the angle. Like exactly how you said, there's a minute differences. Always we come back and say, okay, this is the photo, Swamiji. Swamiji says, no, this is not the photo. Tell me one more version of it. So it's like, it's something so phenomenal how Swamiji shares all these beautiful things. It is so beautiful how you are able to catch all these subtle things, but actually that left a deep experience in all of us, right? So it's so beautiful, Ma, what you brought it up today.
Thank you, Ma. Because for me, I have to tell you frankly that most of the things, the connection is more soul to soul, and very little things like that.
Yes.
And how it reinforces to make sure. And I've always stayed connected through ups and downs. Whatever happens doesn't matter. What others say doesn't matter. And but that is so true to that he keeps us that way, right? He keeps us in that space and helps us in the process. And all we need is trust, right? And one of the energy darshans, that's exactly what I asked him. I said, Swamiji, help me to always stay connected with you. So he said, it's easy for him to be connected to us. He said, yes, I bless you that you'll always be connected with me.
Wow.
He has also blessed me with enlightenment recently during those programs. And he says, don't worry. And I told him, I want you and my Shirdi Baba to be together when I leave this body and have my enlightenment. He said, yes, I will be there. It's such a blessing, right?
Beautiful, beautiful. Ma, so, you've been there with Swamiji, more than a decade, and you've seen Swamiji how he cares for each and every being. Millions of people have received these darshans and healing requests and everything. How do you see this contribution of Kailasa as a sovereign nation to whole of Hindus? We just saw the video with Swamiji explaining the importance of why we actually need a Hindu nation. How do you see that this huge, breakthrough that Swamiji has given for Kailasa as the nation, as a sovereign nation for all the Hindus? How do you see this huge breakthrough for Hindus?
So I always tell people that when I introduce Swamiji to them also, I always tell them, I've read about a lot of gurus, I've been to a lot of them, and my Sadguru is always like, Shri Baba, but there is a reason why I came to Swamiji. And I said, what I see in him is like everything put together, like everybody put together, all the different things. I cannot imagine anybody in history who can even achieve so much in all ways. It's not just only in the process of, it's not just some satsangs here and there, or, it's like the overall thing of what he's achieved, how he's used technology, how he progresses, and despite all the whichever direction that people come and try to stop him, he has found amazing ways and unbelievable. Some of these are just unfathomable and unbelievable. And then how many people do we know in history who can transfer energy to other people and give so many powers? When we watch the Gurukul kids, it's like, how can people not even believe that this is so amazing, right? I don't know what words to use, but it's like any doubts, they should be able to just watch the people manifesting all these powers, and I'm just amazed. And like I said before, I may not personally levitate or have all those other physical, effects, but that soul to soul connection of little things that click and give me that bliss here and there, and me feeling how great he is, those are the ways. And that's why I'm saying this is so much in our tradition. Now I'm able to talk to people and say, hey, this was in our tradition, and we've learned so much about our temples, about our history. Exactly what he said about reviving the Vedic tradition is his mission, right? And nothing can stop this mission. He may take gaps of whenever people come and hurdle, but this venture, what he's doing is exactly the way to preserve. Like he said, the honeycomb, right? The honeycomb can be put for build a fortress. That's exactly what he's working on. And that's, I think, the motivation for it to wait, to kind of, he'll manifest it for us. He'll make it happen. And we just have to follow him. We're just little, channels and little puppets there. It's like, but it will happen. And so it's just again unheard of, and we've learned so much. Like I went to Bali, right, for the program one time, and it's like we see so many Indian traditions out there. It's like which we didn't, which would not have happened if someone those days also didn't work on it. So this will be a real transformation for the preservation of Hinduism.
Beautiful. That's so, once again, you actually brought out a very important dimension of why we need Kailasa. And you also want to share, what really inspires you to work on this manifestation of Samadhi Yajman. Why do you feel that everybody should take this opportunity and start working on manifesting Samadhi Yajman?
So I think it's a great opportunity, first of all, to experience Swamiji's power and Swamiji's blessings. And so taking that first step of even having the intention, there's nothing wrong in having an intention, such a great intention, right? And give it a try. Just ride along, go for a ride, see what all happens, hear the stories of other people, and believe. And the biggest problem I have also is self-doubt. Oh, it's going to happen to others, but not me. So you got to keep pushing that aside and say, yes, it's possible for me too. These kind of things will happen. And that's why I think, just as Swamiji says, manifestation of power, just play with it. So this is a big play, but don't think of it as big. Just give it a shot and say, hey, these things are going to happen. I just need to first clear my inner space and be open and to receive it. And once we have a strong Ichcha, we know in the Hindu tradition, strong Ichcha is a sincere one, is what is going to make things happen, right? And so how it happens, we don't know. Everyone has their own story. And so, so if somebody wants to be another storyteller by telling what happens, then this is the chance, start small, and then you'll find a way. It'll just keep happening. And I'm sure there's so many people who've already reached a state who can say that. So have that trust and, the Shraddha, the faith in it.
That's really beautiful, Ma. Just having that intention strongly, and we taking our steps, whatever we can from our understanding and capacity. When we start taking the steps, Swamiji, with his grace and compassion, is going to bless us all with millions of opportunities and possibilities on which how we can manifest this reality of becoming the 7th Yajman. And it's really a pleasure to have you today. So many beautiful nuances, so many beautiful dimensions you brought in. All about Swamiji. Thank you so much for that. I'm sure all the viewers are enjoying the segment as much as I'm personally doing.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda.
So it was Ma Asha Vishwanath from California who shared her journey with Swamiji and how Swamiji attends to all the requests and blessings from millions of devotees out there, and how Swamiji has established Super Kailasa. So requesting all the participants and viewers today let's take this moment, really let's take this moment to become the Sarvagya Pita Yajman. You can start your journey with whatever you have. Let's start your journey somewhere. And with Swamiji's grace and blessings by Shivaratri, all of us will be able to manifest Sarvagya Pita Yajman. So let's take this moment to sign up the intention, and with Swamiji's grace and blessings, it's going to simply manifest. Right. Now, also, let us do the third eye scan for people. Whoever has not, you're looking for really a solution, how we can overcome the and manifest Sarvagya Pita. So, what please put a gist of who you are and also post what you wanted to share, right? So, yes. So requesting all the participants and viewers today, whoever wants a third eye scan with Swamiji's grace and blessings, let us all sit together and work sincerely towards manifesting Sarvagya Pita by Shivaratri. So all the people whoever is working towards that or want to work towards that, you can post your name in the chat and the YouTube video, and also in the MPSN group. Yes. Requesting all the viewers and participants, whoever would like to have a third eye scan for all the obstacles that you're facing in manifesting SJP, you can post that in the YouTube chat, Facebook chat, and also in the MPSN group. Right. And we have here Ma Hiranmai, who's requesting for third eye scan. So I request Ma Hiranmai to please sit straight. Close your eyes and let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Yes. So, Mahiranmai, one thing that Swamiji showed me was, it is time that you realize that you need to take responsibility for the decisions and choices that you're making in life. Whatever choices you have made, don't analyze, right? Just take responsibility for the choice. You will see, when you take responsibility for the choice, Swamiji will start manifesting in your microcosmic body. Literally, that manifestation will start happening inside you the moment you take responsibility for it. Take responsibility for this manifestation. You will see how Swamiji will beautifully make it happen for you and everyone else. Right. So, coming to the end of this segment, I'm sure all of you really enjoyed learning about Madurai Adinam and how Swamiji is reviving all of that, and the beautiful nuances that Ma Asha Vishwanath brought it out to the segment today, how Swamiji literally attends to every single person's request. And this is a beautiful opportunity for one and all, where all of us can become part of Swamiji's extensions. This is the time when the Garbha Kala, when the Kailasa is getting formed, and every single contribution of yours during this time is so valuable and so precious, not only for you, but actually as a being, as a family, you'll be able to experience such huge transformation and breakthrough the moment you say yes to this. So I request everybody not to miss this opportunity. Sign up for skshjp.org/contribute. Right. And with this note, yes, and with this note, we will be moving to the next segment, the most awaited moment of the day, which is receiving the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifesting as the Somaskandhar Murthy. So requesting everybody to please sit straight, and you can turn on your video camera. Please be on the video camera during darshans at least. It is so important for us to get the Nayana Diksha of Swamiji. So therefore, requesting everybody to take this moment and get ready for this beautiful darshan of Swamiji, who's going to manifest as one of the 64 manifestations of Paramashivam, which is Somaskandhar Murthy. And let's get ready. Yes. So as we are getting ready for the most awaited segment of the day, the Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam manifesting as Somaskandhar Murthy. I request all the participants to take this moment to share your gratitude message to Swamiji. How grateful you're feeling just being in part of the sessions, listening to all the powerful cognition that Swamiji has been sharing and doing the power manifestation. Just take minutes to share your powerful cognitions from all the sessions today in the Facebook group. Yes. And one other thing that I would like to share with all of you is being part of Sarvangipita. It is the best gift that you can give to yourself. The reason being, it just gives you a quantum leap, quantum jump from where you are to where you want to be. All of us want to be Paramashiva, and just for us to experience that quantum leap, quantum faith, quantum jump, all we need to do is sign up for the Sarvangipita Yajaman and take the step. Your first step literally defines the quantum jump that you want to take in life. If you feel that, yes, quantum leap is what I want, I don't want this linear progression, then all you need to do is just start working for manifesting SJP. Literally, this one thing, if you start doing it sincerely, you will see how all the other things around it will simply fall in place. Right? So all we need to do is just sign up in the link that's been shown, skshjp.org/contribute. Yes, and let us all get ready for this amazing darshan, where Swamiji is going to manifest as one of the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam. We just had a very beautiful session listening how each sampradaya, each tradition as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji single-handedly is reviving, pulling the whole chariot together to revive the glory of Hinduism to how it was. To bring us all back, and now it is time for all of us to be having an out.
Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with
Somaskandha, this form of Paramashiva that all of us are going to be having the darshan of today, this form of Paramashiva is a form in which he takes Skanda, Subramanya, who slays the Asura, the Surapadma Asura, who is like wreaking a havoc amongst the devas. And Subramanya is born from Paramashiva's own third eye, and he slays the Asura, he slays Surapadma. And this form of Paramashiva, as we all can see, Paramashiva Shakti, and Subramanya is seated and grazing all of us. Somaskandha is a form of Paramashiva, where so once happens that when Surapadma starts wreaking a havoc amongst the devas, he is unable to handle, all the devas are unable to handle, and they all go and pray, and they are all unable to withstand the tortures of Padma. And all the devas appeal to Paramashiva, and Paramashiva blesses them with a warrior who would be able to take down the demonic Asura, and thus the birth of Subramanya happens. Very beautifully, Paramashiva says how he just creates Subramanya through his third eye. And just as from flame of his third eye, Subramanya manifests, he happens. So it's a very, very beautiful description or happening. And Subramanya is a unique expression of Paramashiva's bioenergy from his third eye. The male component, bioenergy, is Paramashiva's. The female component, the biomemory, is from Paramashiva Shakti. So today we are having darshan of this very form of Paramashiva. Yes. Now, all of us are going to be preparing to receive darshan of this very form of Paramashiva, as he blesses all of us as Somaskandha. And all the participants that are there with us, let's all get ready to receive darshan of Paramashiva as Somaskandha today. All of us are blessed to be receiving this darshan directly from Swamiji.
And during the darshan, what is going to be happening inside of us is something phenomenal. Like all of us invariably experience the awakening of Kundalini Shakti. That is the awakening of Kundalini Shakti. When that happens inside of us, it helps in various fronts, be it effects like anti-aging or your entire brain getting awakened inside you. It helps you in every aspect. Whether it is the power manifestation or whether it is you manifesting your own job or you wanting to be a better person for yourself, you will see how this really helps you. Just you need to be sitting in a darshan, that's all. Apart from that, there's nothing much for you to do. But you will see what transformation it brings forth inside of you just by sitting in the presence of it. That's the power of the presence of Swamiji. And when these deities are landing physically for us to experience them, the kind of vibration, the kind of space that they create, and how that space impacts our space, something that's extremely rare and phenomenal. Like, you will have an explosion of positivity that's happening inside of you. Suddenly, you will see so much of transformation, which even without your effort is seamlessly happening inside of you. So, today we are going to be experiencing one such phenomenal darshan, the darshan of Bhagavan Somaskandhar. And during this, you will see all the auspicious qualities, components, powers of Somaskandhar will start manifesting inside of each one of us. You will see how you will be victorious in anything that you want to take, and you will get the power of Somaskandhar awakened inside you.
And this happens a very, very simple yet a very powerful process called quantum entanglement, where anywhere that you are sitting, many viewers that are watching us on YouTube and on Facebook, no matter where you are, no matter what time you are in, or no matter what is your background, whether you know anything about Hinduism at all, it doesn't matter. This science is so powerful. It is called the process of Shaktini Pada in Hinduism, that just by seeing, just by having the Naina Diksha, just by you seeing the avatar, your brain starts mirroring the neurons that it happens in Swamiji's brain. So literally your brain reflects that of the avatar's brain. And what happens is, in this point in time, your entire brain cells all are awakened, all are activated, and at that point in time, all of us get to manifest these higher states of Paramashivam. So let us all get ready to receive this darshan. Every one of you that are sitting with us, get ready to sit back and enjoy this very, very beautiful darshan we are going to be receiving. Any obstacles you have anywhere in life that you want to achieve victory, anywhere you want to achieve any successful anything success in life, you can pray to this form of Paramashivam. Now, let us all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. I request all the participants to please take a few minutes and get ready. I request all of you to set up your space in such a way to not get distracted for the next 30 or 40 minutes as you're all sitting and having the darshan of Swamiji. Just be in the space of gratitude and enjoy the Bhava Samadhi darshan. All of the participants that are here, we are sure that each of you are gaining so much of invaluable gifts, initiations, powerful cognitions. Get ready for the Bhava Samadhi darshan with the Dhyana Shloka. Sorry for the technical glitch. We apologize for the technical glitch to everyone. And yeah, now let us all get ready. I see that many of you have not yet been settled in front of the camera.
We
I
request
request
everyone-
all of you to please come and be seated.
Yes, and we request everyone, see, understand what we are going to be experiencing is quantum enlightenment through entanglement. Understand that. It's the phenomenon of entanglement, which is even described as per the quantum physics, has been known for a millennia in our Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which Swamiji has survived. And today, all of us are going to be experiencing this phenomenon inside each one of us. And you will see how you just need to be sitting here and Swamiji will do everything for you. So for this purpose, it's very important that you are seated, because all that is required is just you need to sit. Everything else Swamiji will do for you. Understand, even scientists like Einstein used only 13% of his brain, and the rest were non-mechanical part of the brain, which is actually a storehouse of extraordinary powers, be it telepathy, be it metallization. So awakening of Kundalini directly awakens these non-mechanical parts of the brain and makes you more productive, more conscious, and extremely intuitive. This Kundalini Shakti can be awakened through few ways. First, understanding the right principles and doing the right pranayama or kriya, and initiation. It's only the initiation from the master which is the most safest route, because in this initiation, it's just an energy transfer that just happens merely by the will. And that's what Swamiji is opening to all of us. Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us. And you just need to be in the pure space of gratitude.
And in this is a very, very powerful process in Hinduism, which has the potential to transform each of our lives and deepen our connection with Paramashiva, divine, or the highest consciousness, as we call it. This process is centered on giving each of us this initiation, transferring of these higher powers and higher states of consciousness to us. And its goal is to give us all the experience of Paramashivam. That is why Swamiji himself is coming. So to fully benefit from this process, to fully benefit from this darshan, it is important that each of you come with an open heart and a willingness to let go of all your distractions, any negative thoughts, any incompletions, all your distractions, just let go of it. Because this is a time for you to connect with your inner self and to tap into the power of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the power of oneness. So in preparation for this experience, I request every one of you to find a very quiet and a comfortable place where you can sit and completely bring your awareness, enjoying the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And you all also can light a dhupa, some or a lamp in front of the screen as we all receive the darshan from Swamiji, and create a completely blissful atmosphere around you. And as we all begin this process, we will be guiding you all to a meditation so that you can come to the deep meditative space of gratitude. And from there, we will delve into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Now, we request every one of you to get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, the sacred chant, which describes the form of Somaskandhar Murthy as per Agamas. We will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka for all of you. This form of Paramashiva, the Somaskandhar Murthy, is described as follows in the Agamas. The verse that we all will be chanting is going to be directly from the Somaskandhar Paddhati. दक्षालम्बितवामनित्रतपदं कृष्णं मृगं चाभयम् टङ्कं बाधदम्बरं च कटैकबिभ्राणया वामके वामालम्बितनिद्रता नद्यत्पदादेव्यायुतं मध्यतः स्कन्दो नाब्जकरद्वयेन सहितं सोमागुहेशं भजे. In this same space, let us all get ready to receive the Bhava. रक्षालम्बितवामनिद्रितपदं कृष्णं मृगां चाभयम् टङ्कं चाददतम्बरं च कटकैर्बिभ्राणया वामके वामालम्बितनिद्रितान्यपदया देव्यायुतं मध्यतः स्कन्देनाब्जकरद्वयेन सहितं सोमागुहेशं भजे. Now, in this same space, let us all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
गजमुख गज नित्यनारायणी शिवशक्तीश्वरी महादेवा शिव शम्भो शङ्कर शङ्कर शरणं पङ्कज शरणं सद्गुरुदेवा नित्य गुरुदेवा नित्यानन्दमयी नित्येश्वरिणी ईश्वर नित्या नित्यानन्दन जय जगत् जगदीश कमलनयन हे हृदय विहारी योग अवतार स्वरूपा ओम नमः शिवाय नित्याय नमः ओम सदाशिवरञ्जनी नित्य निरञ्जनी मंगल गुरुमाता नित्येश्वरिणी ईश्वर नित्या नित्यानन्दन जय जगत् जगदीश स्वरूपणे नित्यानन्द नित्य साथ स्वरूपणे कमला नयन देवादिदेवा नित्यानन्द नित्य साथ स्वरूपणे कमला नयन देवादिदेवा नित्यानन्द स्वरूपणे कमला नयन देवादिदेवा नित्यानन्द आदिपराशक्ति नित्यपराशक्ति ब्रह्मा विष्णु हर हर महादेवा आदिपराशक्ति नित्यपराशक्ति अखिल जगत की नित्या अखिल जगत की नित्या दया शंकर सांब शिवो शंभो नित्य शिवो शंभो सांब शिवो शंभो नित्य शिवो शंभो नित्यानंदा नित्य शांत स्वरूपणे कमला नयन देवादिदेवा नित्यानंदा
चलो 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 रे चलो 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 रे நித்திரை தராமல் என தொல்லை தந்து கண்கள் மூடினாலும் கனவில் வந்து நித்தியன் நித்திரை தராமல் என தொல்லை தந்து மிக அக்கறையுடனே என் சித்தம் தெளிய அக்கறையுடனே என் சித்தம் தெளிய சொப்பனத்தில் நல்லதொரு ஞானம் தந்தவன் என் சொப்பனத்தில் நல்லதொரு ஞானம் தந்தவன் நித்தியதை கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது முதல் பேசுகின்ற தாய்மொழியும் மறந்து விட்டேன், கள்வன் நித்யனவன் பேரை மட்டும் மனனம் செய்தேன். பேசுகின்ற தாய்மொழியும் மறந்து விட்டேன், கள்வன் நித்யனவன் பேரை மட்டும் மனனம் செய்தேன். எந்தன் வாழ்வின் பொருளான அவன் காதல் பெறவே, வாழ்வின் பொருளான அவன் காதல் பெறவே, வேள்விகள் புரிந்தே அவன் பாதம் பணிந்தேன், பல வேள்விகள் புரிந்தே அவன் பாதம் பணிந்தேன். நித்தியனை கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது, கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது. கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது, கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது. செய்யும் செயல் யாவையுமே சென்று உரைத்தேன், சொல்லும்படி வேதமென்றே கடைப்பிடித்தேன். செய்யும் செயல் யாவையுமே சென்று உரைத்தேன், சொல்லும்படி வேதமென்றே கடைப்பிடித்தேன். சற்று வம்புகள் செய்வான், அதையும் ரசித்து விட்டேன். வாழ்வில் ஒளியாய் மலர்ந்தான், புதிதாய் பிறந்து விட்டேன். நானும் புதிதாய் பிறந்து விட்டேன். நித்தியனை கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது, கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது. கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது, கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது. சொல்ல ஒரு வார்த்தையை காட்டு.
It was such a beautiful darshan we had just now. What darshan we all experienced. All you need to do is just enjoy this space. You will see how the transformation starts happening to you. I request all of you to take a few minutes now and share with us how was your experience during this darshan. How did you experience it? Take a few minutes and post it on Facebook. We thank each and every single of the viewers that have joined us through the various social media platforms today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and you just had a glimpse of the darshans that happens in Paramashivam. This divine audience with the avatar, where the deities themselves land in the physical form. We have it as long sessions directly sitting at the feet of Swamiji, having two-way video conferencing with Swamiji. So now, any of you that wants to experience this experience, where you get your Nayana Diksha, the initiation, just through the look of the avatar, sign up for Paramashivam so that you can experience this. And thank you so much. Now, with this, we will be moving to the further sessions.
And we thank all the viewers that have